Good morning, everyone. Welcome to WordCamp Kerala 2023. I'm Namita, and I will be your MC for this event. For our first workshop, using site editing to build the site you want, I invite Kavya Gogul. Kavya is a seasoned WordPress professional with over 12 years of experience in the web and internet industry, and has been working as a happiness engineer at Automatic for 6 years. Kavya?
Hi everyone. Um, Before we start, can you all hear me in the back? Um, is there anybody who has any accessibility needs like dimmer lights, any changes to sound, anything? You all okay with the lights and stuff? Can someone please dim the lights for me? just these ones and these maybe. Thank you. Yeah, just the lights in the front. Thank you. Oh, that's so much better. Thank you. Sorry. And this, if possible. Oh, so much better. Thank you so much. Okay. I think we have about 1 hour, and we're going to okay. Before we start, I just want to clarify that this is a very new feature, and I have intentionally not touched this in the last 1 week so that I am also as fresh as you are, so that we can walk through this together and uh, hopefully make something nice. Um, can I have a show of hands to see how many of you know what the site editor is and have used it before? Okay, it's okay, you can like do properly. There's no punishment or anything. I'm not gonna like ask you to come here and do something. Okay, I'm not gonna put anybody on the spot. uh, so some people know, small percentage I think. Okay. um uh, can I have a show of hands to for people who have some kind of local or online WordPress environment that they can use? Okay, some people. For people who don't have an environment set up, you can go to this URL. This is a multi-site where you can sign up and create a small testing website where you can, follow along and make something or not. So I'm just gonna give you all a minute to open this up and see if you want to sign up. Otherwise, we'll just move further. Everyone can see the screen, right? If anyone has any trouble seeing, you can move to the front. There are empty seats here. If the QR code is not scannable, it's a helpful short URL there that you can use. It has a big sign up button that you can click, and then it'll give you a form. If you haven't used WordPress multi-site before, it's fine. It's just a two-step form where it will ask you to fill your email address and the name of the website that you want to make. It's pretty simple. Does anybody need me to stay on this slide, or can I go to the next one? Anybody still using this? See, while you all sign up, or while anybody signs up, I would like to just put up a nicer slide in place of this, so that there is something nicer for people to look at while the others are signing up. So I'm just gonna go next, and if anybody needs, they can just give me a holler and I'll put this back. Uh, these are my cats. I have two cats, Miso and Chiku. The two photos on that side are Miso. The ones on this side are Chiku. And while some people do the sign up on the thing, other people can uh, look at cat photos and get some dopamine. I hope. I'm gonna wait for about a minute and a half, and then I'm gonna jump into the stuff that we're here for. Sorry? The confirmation email is not coming. Okay. That's unfortunately it's not under my control. Yeah. Uh, if anybody is not getting the email, please check your spam folder just in case. And if somebody has trouble signing up but still needs something and is not able to set up, this is a community event. Please feel free to collaborate with the person on your left or right side, and that would just be as good as anything else. And while we're waiting, if somebody has any questions, please feel free to ask. Yeah. Could you repeat the question, please? I would say that for the long-term stability and basically longevity of your site, I highly recommend that you use native WordPress functionality as much as possible. Every plugin that you add adds something for your site to load in addition to the default stuff that WordPress will load. Um, Obviously, it's all free, so feel free to use what you want. If Elementor works better for you, then sure. um, it's a personal preference, I would say, but I like personally for me, I would recommend that you use as much native WordPress functionality as you can to build a website, especially a website which needs to be up and needs to be online for a long time and is not um, let me rephrase. For a website for which the people who own the website and people who use the website don't care what WordPress is and what's behind the scenes, it's better to use um, something that is best for your needs first, and second is as nimble and fast and manageable and maintainable as possible, because well, if you're building the website and you go away tomorrow and somebody else has to take over. It should be, easy to like take over. If it's as much as possible, if it's as native WordPress as possible, it will be easier for other people to take over. If you do a mishmash of 500 plugins, then it will be, exponentially more difficult. It's good if you want to like, charge more money to your customers, but you could probably just charge that money and still use the native functionality anyway. If you're building the website, and if you're using, let's say, the site editor or the block editor or whatever, even if you're like hand coding the website, you can still charge the same money, because the money is not for the page builder you're using. The money is for the service you're providing. So I hope that answers your question. Do you have a question?
I think I think now we can use the default editor as well, because I think now it has more options. I'm not that much familiar because I have lost touch in WordPress a couple of years now. I'm getting into it now.
Okay.
So while I was using previous versions, I was using Element, as you said.
Yeah, I mean, what works best for the particular use case, right?
For a quick work, I preferred
Yeah.
Element before.
I mean, it's just software. Like, you don't have to be loyal to something. Like, with WordPress, I have found that the main aspect is not the software but the community of people around. I mean, like, you are a WordCamp, so you understand now. I'm going to jump into the thing now. Just, okay. Maybe I should mirror my screen. Just give me a moment. Okay. Okay. I have a fresh WordPress website here. We have the default WordPress theme 2023 installed. I'm going to talk a little bit about what the site editor is, what the block editor is, and then how it all works, how templates work. Like, you don't need to worry about the terms right now. Can someone please tell me how much time we have now? So I would like pace accordingly. No, but like we started at 10:30, right? So we have around 45 minutes. 45 minutes. Okay. Good. Okay. Can I just have a show of hands for people who know what kind of site they want to build? Okay. Anybody who is looking to get something going on the lines of personal blog, corporate blog, company blog, any kind of blog? Okay. Anybody who wants to see corporate business style websites, company websites, landing page style stuff? Okay. So less blogs and more businessy website stuff. Okay. Okay, we'll do it that way. To start, I'll give you a small, very small, basic history of how the WordPress editor has evolved. Initially, WordPress just had a text editor, like a big text area where you could just write text or HTML. At some point, the editor evolved into using a project called TinyMCE. TinyMCE, basically what it does, it takes the text area, it gives you some formatting controls. So it's similar to a word processor but less functional. So you can do bold, italic, underline, stuff like that. This went on for a while. Other projects came up, lots of plugins which add more functionality to it. A few years ago, a project was started to modernize the WordPress editing screen. The project was termed Gutenberg after the first printing press, I think, or the person who started the first printing press, I'm not sure. But it's basically, it refers to the revolution that came with. Okay, I'm gonna pause. Can you all please put your phones on vibrate? Okay, thank you so much. Project Gutenberg was basically a way to modernize the editing functionality in WordPress. The name basically refers to the first printing press because the aim is to democratize editing the same way the first printing press democratized printing and books. Before that, books were kind of a privilege for the rich elite, and the common people did not have easy access to wide distribution of printed material. And most of the knowledge transfer was done either in silos in the courts of kings and things like that. So basically knowledge was for the elite, and the Gutenberg press changed it to bring printing and the publication of books and other reading materials to the masses. The project Gutenberg aims to do the same thing, to bring more power into the hands of people who write, who create content, who create knowledge, who publish on the web. It just aims to give them more power. There have been controversies around which we will not talk about. There's a lot of gossip going on about it, so you can get that outside of this conference or like in the networking or whatever. Main aim of the project is to democratize and bring power into the people who create, rather than just the elite or the developers, technically inclined people. It's also called the block editor because the main building blocks, or that's the main building block of the block editor is called a block. It's a funny sentence, but blocks are basically the basic unit on which everything you do in the block editor uses. Building on the block editor, which can only be used for pages and posts and other content types, the site editor basically builds on top of that and gives you a way to modify, create, and play around with layouts, templates, themes, stuff that you could only do with custom code before, unless you knew PHP, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and a lot of other things. Now you can do a lot of those things right in your dashboard. So in a way, the aim of the site editor is to give more power to the people who don't know how to code, or don't want to learn how to code, or cannot learn how to code, but still want to build websites, build web pages, landing pages, blogs, whatever, without relying on other people to do the design and programming work for them. There are going to be a lot of technical things when you deep dive into this, but we are not going to do that today because this is supposed to be for non-tech users. writers, bloggers, people who just want to build websites, and not people who want to develop uh, additions to the site editor or the block editor. I think there is another workshop for that, like for building themes that take advantage of this. And I'm sure that some people here are developers who would want to attend that, and that would be fun for them, I guess. So I'm going to quickly jump into the actual stuff that we have to talk about today after this boring theory history lesson. uh, yeah, I hope some people found it interesting. Some people already knew. um, this is a very vanilla WordPress 6.1.1 website. It's running the 2023 theme. You can use any theme basically, as long as it supports the site editor. I recommend this to start because it's the default theme. It's painfully plain and simple, but still has some things to get you started. So people who do have a WordPress setup, you would want to go to the admin area and then go to appearance and editor. It's still marked as beta because, well, it is kind of a beta, but it's let's say more stable than the betas of popular operating systems, but less stable than, let's say, the classic editor. It works quite well for a beta. So we're just gonna jump into it. This is the first page. Now, what the screen shows, I'm gonna quickly give you an overview of what the screen is. This is the first screen you get when you get into the site editor. The stop bar. Wait, what's happening? Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, this is the first screen you get. You might not get the same thing because I have customized the front page a little bit. Does anybody has this open, the site editor? Do you see my WordPress site and then like a sample blog post? Okay, great. Actually, let's just do the same thing here. Let's just show you the same thing that you would see, so that there is no confusion. Okay. My WordPress site, mind blown, a blog about philosophy. I don't know who writes these. I didn't. This is the default content that comes with this theme. Is everybody able to see the buttons and everything those are on the screen? Okay, if anybody has trouble seeing them, we can like zoom it up a little bit. Okay, better. Awesome. So this is the top bar. There is a WordPress logo. There's a big plus button. There is a pencil button. And there is an undo and redo. These are common interaction patterns that you see in other applications as well. Then there is a button that says list view. Then there is a a button here that shows the name of the template that you're editing right now. Then there is a view button, a save button, a button for settings, a button for styles, and then an ellipsis that says options. We'll go through some of these quickly. If you click on the posts page, if a static home page is set, please don't worry about that language right now. It's not very beginner friendly, I know, but I hope that it will be in the future. If anybody has any recommendations for what this text should be, there is probably someone who is teaching how to contribute to WordPress.org, and they will teach you how to file bugs to change these texts. Any questions? Okay, moving on. Template parts. Template parts are like building blocks of templates. So for example, a website can have some global parts which will be visible on all pages of the website. So for example, if you go to home, about, our team, contact us, services, whatever, there are going to be some parts which are global on the site, which will show up on every page, in every section of the website, or multiple pages of the website. So a footer would be at the bottom, header at the top. Post meta is a template part which is for blog posts, like, you know, author name, date, and things like that. Comments is a template part which you can add under blog posts. So we're just going to let it go for now. We're going to come back to the site, and then this is your editing screen. The big plus button, if you click it, it will show you what you can add to the page. You can add patterns and blocks. The tools button basically lets you switch between edit mode and select mode. So for example, if you don't want to edit your pages or edit your templates and just want to see what's there, you can switch to select mode, and then you can just, you know, see what's what. So for example, you want to see what this is. This is, if I click this, it shows you that this is a heading, and if you click this, it will show you that this is a post template. If you click this, it will show you that this is a column, and this is your footer. So this is very helpful for just navigating. Another helpful thing that you can use to navigate is the list view. This button that looks like 3 staggered lines. It will show you an outline of the template or the page that you're editing. So it shows you the header, the group, and the footer. A group is just a block that lets you put multiple blocks together. So you can go in there inside the footer, you can expand things, you can see what's in there. You can do the same with the header. You can, you know, expand things and see what's in there. And when you put your mouse over any of these, it will highlight the corresponding part on the right side. So when you open list view, this is your list, and this is the preview area that you can say. Right now we have the footer selected. So if you see here, the section that shows the name of the template you're editing, so you have the home template and the footer is highlighted because we have selected the footer here. Similarly, if you select header, this section will change to show you the name of the template part that you have selected. Then we come here, we will go from right to left. Here is the options. There are a lot of things you can do here. We are not going to go into that. Feel free to explore on your own. This is the styles, and this is the settings. Under styles, you will see this nice introduction which we're going to skip. Styles basically are global settings for your website. So you can change the typography, you can change which fonts are used for headings and buttons and text and whatnot. You can define colors, colors that your theme has defined, and colors that you can set. Sorry.
Hello, there are charging sockets under every table.
Yeah, in case you need to plug in your laptops or your phones or any other devices that you don't want us to know. Um, I hope there are no devices that you explicitly don't want anybody else to know. Feel free to like plug them in to charge. I'm just gonna pause for a moment here and just go and set some nice colors. So if anybody has any questions at this point, please feel free to ask. Um, this one, if I highlight this and there is no group showing here, so the difference between this header, footer, and this group is that header and footer have been saved as a template part. So if I go back to the navigation here and go to template parts, you can see there's a template part called footer and one called header. If I make one more here, for example, I make a general template part and call it cat, and I create this, it will drop me into an editor where I can put anything basically, and then save this. We'll save this. I will go back to template parts. You can see there is a template part called cat here, and if I go back to site and open my navigation and just click on the plus button, I can search here for cat. It's not showing. It's not showing because I have to insert a template part. So the template part option, I just search for template. I'll put this and I will go back here. You see there is a template part, right? There is the template part block that has been and I can then choose, and then there is an existing template part called cat that I can insert here. So now this text will show up everywhere on the site, and when I select this, it shows highlighted on the top here that this is the template part that has been selected. It's a very powerful feature because there are times where you want to add something to the whole site and then update it in bulk. So a template part can be very helpful. Like, it doesn't have to be a header or a footer. For example, you want to put an ad, maybe not on a business website, but any website. If you want to put an ad which shows up just above the footer on all pages of your website, so you can make a template part in which you can put the custom code that your ad provider has given you, or like an affiliate link, or like Google Ads or whatever. You can put that in a template part and just insert it anywhere basically. Like, for example, I have a phone number. For example, I have a phone number that I want to have on my website everywhere, like in 500 different places on the website. Corporate websites can be very, very complicated, like, you know, hundreds of pages, and they can have a phone number in multiple places, an email address in multiple places, a physical address, All of these can be made into template parts, and then you can just what is a template part? It's just basically like a piece of content. It can be an image, it can be text, anything that you can just save once and add everywhere. And when you want to update it, for example, if your phone number changes, you can just go into template parts, update the phone number, and it will be changed throughout the website. It can be very powerful because one, it saves manual intervention for changing text, right? I'll give you an example. I worked on a corporate blog a few years ago where they wanted to add a piece of text with some links under every blog post. Now, before site editor, what you had to do is you had to write some custom code or use a plugin that would insert a widget area under your posts and then add something, and it was kind of disconnected. It was kind of a disconnected experience. Now what you can do, you can make a template part, drop it into a page template, and that will show up on all pages. Okay. I hope that was useful to other people also. For now we're going to remove this. So everything you see here is a block. So a template part is also a block. It's just a block that is globally saved and can be used in multiple places. So a header template part is a block that can have other blocks inside it. A group is a block that can have other blocks inside it. A row is a block that can have other blocks inside it laid out horizontally. A site title is a block that just takes the title of your website from the settings of your website from the database and just puts it wherever you want. Similarly, a navigation is a block which lets you put a navigation menu on your website. A page list is a block that's just a list of all your published pages. Similarly, this is a block. A query loop is a block because we're going to try to do a businessy homepage now. So we're not going to worry about a query loop right now. I'll give a quick explanation of what it does in a bit. A spacer is a block that just lets you put empty space. So like this is just a big box. You can drag it and just you have empty space here. So like if you want empty space, you don't have to mess with adding CSS code to add padding and margin to random things, add empty elements which are not great for SEO and accessibility. Instead you can just put a spacer block which has taken care of those things for you. A columns block basically lets you make columns. Pretty self-explanatory. All of these blocks have what we call an ellipsis menu, the three dots, which give you more options here. Like you can show more settings. And if you click that, it will open up a sidebar on the right side where it will show you the settings for that particular block. So if I click this, there are settings here. For example, for columns, you can define how many columns are there. Do the columns go one above the other on mobile? What colors do you want to use? What are the font sizes? Padding and margin and borders and border radius. If you want to assign additional CSS classes, for example, you can do that. Don't need to worry about it right now. So we're going to get rid of this one right now, and we're going to quickly look at a couple of things we can do here to make a businessy homepage. There are a lot of blogs. There is some documentation on these blogs on the WordPress.org website. There is also documentation on a lot of blogs on the WordPress.com support site, which is also useful even if you're not using WordPress.com, because the blocks are the same. I'm going to put a link to that in a blog post that I publish after this event, and I will ask the organizers to send all of you an email with a link to that blog post, so that you can refer back to things that we've talked about and things that we missed today, so that you can continue learning and using what you learn, or just even if you just want to like bug me with stuff, tell me what I did wrong, please feel free to. So anything we missed today, some of it will be in a blog post later on. So if any of your questions aren't answered, or if any of the things that you wanted to get here and were too shy to ask, or were not able to ask, or anything that you wished we covered but was not covered, it will all be in a blog post after the event in a few days, and you will get a link to it. Okay, having said that, to start, what we're going to do is we're going to delete a bunch of stuff, and then we're going to start putting stuff in this page and see what else is possible with this kind of a setup. So I'm just gonna start indiscriminately deleting stuff so that we have like a blank slate to start. If I'm going too fast for you, just let me know. Like you can put your hand up and tell me that I'm going too fast or too slow, both ways. So right now we have a header, we have an empty group, we have a footer. So for example, the first thing somebody would want to do is update the site title. Now if you see, if you have been paying attention, there is a site title block here, this one, and then there is a site title block here, this one. I'm just going to quickly edit the site title to so right now we'll see we're in the edit mode, right? Oh wait, did I just accidentally delete it? I can just do a Control Z, right? So yay. So for the site title, there are a bunch of things you can do. You can make this a link to home, you can set it to open in a new tab. Please don't do that. Like seriously, please don't make your site title open in a new tab. On behalf of all people with accessibility needs, I beg of you, please don't make your site title open the link in a new tab. We're going to make it a little bit bigger, and then we're going to use a very simple but very powerful feature called, we're just going to click on the ellipsis, we're going to do an insert before. What insert before does is that it inserts a block before the block that you have selected, and then we're going to use a very nice shortcut. To insert a block, you don't have to click the plus button, you can just type a slash, and then it gives you an autocomplete list of what you can add, and then you can start typing the name of the block you want to add. For those who think it's called a backslash, it's not, it's a slash. A backslash is the other way around. Sorry to shatter your worldview of slashes. So by default, when you insert a new block, it's a paragraph. So I can type a slash, and then let's say I want a logo here. I'm gonna put a site logo. It gives me an empty box. I can click on this, and then I can upload an image. We don't have images right now, so I'm just gonna leave it like this. You can put an image if you want. With the site logo, I can make it a rounded image, I can set the dimensions like padding and margin, etc, etc, etc. Some people don't want a site title also showing in front of the logo, so we can go ahead and remove that. Now that option is not visible because we have zoomed in a bit, so there's the remove option. So what we've done is, because we have a group block and then we have a site logo and navigation, they're just on top of each other. What we're going to do is go to this group, and the group has some options. We can transform it to a row. So once we transform it to a row, and then in the navigation, if I remove the page list, wait, remove page list, not going away for some reason, possibly a bug which has been solved in a later version of the editor, which we are not using right now because it's not stable. In navigation, we can create a new menu. For people who have used WordPress before in the classic sense, know that a menu is just a list of links that you can create and then assign it to a location. Here you don't need to worry about that. You can just create a menu and just put it anywhere. There is no menu location to assign. Just make a menu, put it anywhere on your site. It's just a list of links. We have around 15 minutes. I'm going to go a little bit faster. If anybody misses anything while I'm going a little bit faster, please feel free to bug me after this, and I will be happy to answer any questions. If you don't feel like bugging me in person, you can also bug me online later. Okay, we've created a header navigation. We're just gonna create so we have a I'm just gonna add some random links so that we have something there. When you create, okay, I'm gonna go back. Navigation, we just clicked on create a menu. It automatically created and named this for me called header navigation. And then in navigation, I can click the plus button here and then start adding stuff. It will show me the names of the recently published things. So for example, if you have recently published a home page, that will show up here. If you've recently published a about page, it will show up here. Or you can also like type ahead, and you can also do a custom link. Like if you want to like put a link to another website in your menu, I don't know why would you want that, but if you want to, you can do that. So I'm just gonna add a bunch of links here for no reason, so that we have something. I guess 3 links are fine. I'm also going to go to row, and then I'm going to change the justification or the alignment of the row block. Right now it's left aligned. I'm going to set it to space between items. Very powerful features. You just click on space between items, and it will just basically put everything on the left, right and center and put space between them. For those who know CSS, this uses flexbox, so you must be familiar with it if you know CSS. If not, you don't need to worry about it. So I think that's enough for our header. I'm going to go to the group after the header. We're using a group so that everything between the header and footer is all in one place. Whenever you have a group or any block which has blocks inside, there will be a plus button that shows here. You can click on it and you can add anything else. So for example, I want to use a cover block here because it's very popular. Now the theme comes with a bunch of patterns. You can use one of those, or you can just build one on your own. Instead of clicking this plus, you can also click the big plus button on the top left, which will do the same thing. So for example, I'm going to use a pattern so that we can do this quickly. Now under patterns, there are categories. I'm going to go to headers. So these are headers you can use. Then there are featured ones. So I'm just going to quickly pick a featured, let's say this one. So we got a nice big image with some text and a call to action. If I go back to my list view, you can see that there is a media and text block which has been added. I can go ahead and delete this group and do a very nice trick. So you can click the options for any block and then click on group, which will put that block inside a group. Oh wait, I did the wrong one, but you get the idea. Group. So you see it's inside a group now. So now we're going to click here, insert after, because that's exactly where we want our thing to be. Click this plus button or any plus button you want, and I'm just gonna add, let's say this one. Let's say I sell some services and there are some plans that I want to sell. Now you can see that these are like one above the other because we have very little space there. If I zoom out, that will just automatically change to 3 columns if I zoom in. So it can give you an example of how this will look. I just close the right sidebar. So you can click and edit all of this text. You can change the links. You can change font sizes, colors. For anything that you want to change, you can just click on it, click on the settings button, and it will show you what you can change. So you can do typography. You can change the text color, background color, link color. You can go to dimensions and change padding and margin. You can set a line height. If you don't know what a line height is, don't worry about it. Just this is to play around with. This is not like I'm explicitly trying for this to be not very formal, so that you treat this as a playground and not as a class, because this is not for me. This is for you to build what you want, and not using the site editor to build the site that Kavya wants. It's to build what you want. So go nuts. We have added a bunch of things. I'm going to add one more thing here because so we'll go inside the footer. Just before this group, we're going to do insert before. This is my favorite feature of the block editor and the site editor, that you can select a block and then do insert before and insert after. This is because whenever you're dealing with a canvas in which there are like hundreds of things, it can sometimes be difficult to actually pinpoint where you want to add things. So having a point of reference, so you select a block which will be your point of reference and just do insert before and insert after, and then you can move those around later. Obviously you can move those around, which I will just quickly show you in a moment. So I did an insert before this group, and I'm going to add a very popular thing that footers have. So we're going to add patterns, footers. So let's say this one. It's a very common footer pattern. I'm going to close this, and I'm going to close this. Right? Like it's a 3-column footer where you have some address here and some pages and some social media icons here. There are hundreds of blocks that you can use. So instead of using these boring social media links, right, you can put something nicer. So if I select this and I go back to my list view, I can see that this is a stack, which is a type of group, and then there are just 3 lines which are just paragraphs with links in them. So instead of this, what we can do is insert before, and then click the add button, and then search for social, click on social icons, and then you can add social icons with shared background color, or you can just make your own social icons. One important thing that this also shows is that if there are plugins and blocks that other people have published on the WordPress.org blog repository, those also show up here. So I search for social, and then I see a bunch of things that say available to install, an Instagram feed, Algorithm, social share buttons, whatever, like multiple plugins that show up, which you can also add. Yeah, I'm keeping track of time. So we added a social links. Now I can click on add block here, and then it gives me social links. Now this seems like a bug where this thing is like going outside. But let's say you have a Bandcamp profile. You can click on Bandcamp, and it will add that icon here, right? And if I go back to my list view, I can see that inside social icons I have a Bandcamp icon. I can again do in social icons, I can again click a plus, and let's say you have an Amazon store, you can click that. You have if you have a Twitter profile or a Twitch profile. Anybody has a Twitch profile here? Yeah, thought so. Good. So yeah, basically when you're done, you can just click on save. Now this will show you what all changes you've made that you can save. Before we save, we're just going to make a quick change in the styles, and then go to typography, go to text, and we're going to select a nice font. If you notice, the font for my page changed. I'll click on save, and if you notice, it added one more thing here called custom styles, and all of these things, whichever parts you want to save, you can select them. Whichever ones you don't want, you can unselect. Then you can click save, and this will basically save. If you click on view, you can view it on a desktop, tablet, mobile. It will adjust the viewport, and then you can click on view site to open a new tab, and see, this is the site that we just made. Now we don't have a logo, that's why there is no logo here. If we had an image, that would show up here and the menu would show there, and then we have this nice big block, our pricing grid, then our nice 3-column footer with our social. Wait, the social icons are not showing. The social icons don't show until you put an actual link in there, so like make sure to do that. So that's basically it. We have like 3 minutes. Anybody has any quick questions? For longer questions, we can connect afterwards, and then I can answer. If anybody has any quick questions, please feel free to ask now. I'm also open to any constructive, positive, negative, whatever feedback you have later on. You can come to me personally, you can send an email to the organizers, or you can write a comment on my blog or hit me up on social media, whichever one you prefer. Any quick questions from anybody? Okay, all shy people here. The underlying technology is the same. It's just the context of the block editor is basically, the block editor is the building, is the base. You can think of it as a library, or like a reusable component, which is used to build the page editor and which is used to build the site editor. And you can also use it in outside WordPress. You can if you know JavaScript, it's available on npm as a package. You can people on Drupal people have made an editor that uses the same block editor to edit pages in Drupal. So it's very modular. So same editor, different context. That is it. Yeah. Um, okay, I guess we are going to wrap up. Um, um, Thank you to all of you amazing people. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for bearing with me and my eccentricities and my tangents. I hope uh, I hope all of you learned something, and I hope some of you had fun. At least some of you had fun, I think. I hope. Um, so yeah, that's all for today. Thank you very much. Questions? We don't have time for those right now, but I'm going to be here all day today. Please find me. Feel free to ask away. Sit with me if you need help with something. I'm going to sit with you and, like, walk you through stuff. Anything. If you have questions, please come to me. Please ask. Uh, Thank you so much. Have a great WordCamp.
Thank you so much, Kavya, for sharing your time and expertise. Now I invite our organizer, Arun, to present her with a memento. Okay, thank you, Arun. Uh, Now we can have a 15-minute break. Uh, Please join by 11:45. Welcome back, everyone, to our next section. Okay, for our workshop, Getting into Gutenberg Block Development by Namit Jawahar. Namit is a plugin developer. He has worked on over thousands of WordPress themes and plugins and has been part of teams of all sizes, from one-person companies to the biggest MNCs on WordPress-driven projects. Everyone, please welcome Namit.
Hi everyone. Those of you back it forward. Okay. How many of you are front-end developers? How many of JavaScript? So, working mostly on JavaScript in this session. So at least a basic level of JS knowledge is required. And have any of you built a WordPress blog before? Have you used ACF for JS? So WordPress used to be pure PHP, JS, jQuery, HTML driven development, and then came in. So many developers found it difficult to do the switch to a React based environment and found it really weird to actually have to compile or package their code. Some still find it difficult. I will try to get you into block development as part of this session and help you set up the environment and figure out the basics of what the different files mean. I mean, you can just run @WordPress / create -block and have the whole thing folded to you. But the problem there is you get a bunch of folders, lot of files, and you ought to know it, know what each of these files mean, know what package.json is, why is there a web config file in the root of the plugin, and things like that. So once you know that and figure out all the files and structures and the way the blocks are being written the way it is, it becomes very interesting and easy to actually create new blocks. So let's try and get there. Those of you who have an environment setup, please open your terminal and type npm-v and make sure I did it wrong. And make sure you actually get a version number so that you can know npm is working. Can you see the terminal? I don't know if I can zoom the terminal. I can zoom the code. So as the first step, I want you guys to create a folder under plugins. Just name it whatever you want your plugin to be named. So create a new folder, name it as test plugin, and once you have that folder, run npm init. You don't really want how to do this step each time. I'm just uh, helping you figure out the uh, file structure initially, and we want you use most of the things that this thing gives us, but it will be a good starting point. So it will run you through a lot of questions like version, description, name, blah blah blah, blah. Enter all those, and once you are done, in that folder you will see a package.json file, npm space init, initialize init, npm init. So if anyone know how to zoom the terminal, please help me. Okay, so you got a package.json file. Hope you know what npm is. So npm is a cross-platform runtime environment and packaging tool, and we would be using that for packaging our files. The blocks are built using React, and I'll get to what Babel, JSX, and those things are. So in this package.json file,
Sockets are available under every table, and we also have Wi-Fi service. Wi-Fi name is engineer and password engineering123. Password engineering123. Thank you. Mom.
so when you open the package.json file, you will get a uh, the file which was generated for you. You will see a few things, mostly the things which we filled out in the previous steps, and that gives the uh, packager instructions on what to do. So for WordPress plugin development and WordPress packaging and all those stuff, WordPress has built us a package called WordPress @WordPress/scripts. I'm not typing anything in the terminal. Ignore that right now. No, I am talking about this. Okay. So we would be using a package called WordPress scripts, which contains most of the um, instructions and information for packaging. They have already built most of the things for us to easily compile whatever we write into compressed, optimized code and into a single JS file, as npm would help us make. So let me open the script. Now in your test plugin folder, in the command line, if you run npm update or npm install, it will run and install a bunch of things for you. But before that, we need to include WordPress scripts library as a dependency. So go to your script package.json file and add a line called dev dependencies and add @WordPress scripts and the version number, these lines. You can do that. I will just give one more instruction. So earlier in the file which was auto generated for you, you will see a script section. That section is used to help us easily run scripts. So what we would need is we need some way to package or compile this whatever we are writing. So the WordPress way of that, or what the WordPress has given us, is the build command. So wp-scripts space build command will help us build, and wp script space start command will add a watch to the file system to make sure any changes we make are immediately compiled. So if you go to where library, okay, so if you go to the developer handbook and into WordPress scripts, you can see how you install that, but since we added it to package.json as a dependency, it will automatically install on our install command. And this scripts gives us a lot of options. It gives us build command to build actually what we will be developing. It gives us checking engines license formatting and linting. It's very useful to make sure our code is up to coding standards and formatted well, so that others can come up and pick up your code and develop on it. It helps you zip up your code into plugin zips, and it will generate the readme also as per the coding standards. So we will be using the build and start command here. You can use all of these commands to check and help you develop better code. Right now we will be using 2 of these commands. So once you have this, your node setup is actually ready. We need one more thing, then this is specific to this particular demo or test plugin I have developed, and it's because I have not followed the usual folder structure. I am overriding something. So what I'm doing here is I am importing all the default config from WordPress scripts, and if we can go there and see, so they have written us a big huge webpack config, and I'm importing all that, and I am adding 2 new instructions which helps us put the file system the way it is. So what I have done is I have a source folder within the plugin, and it has 7 chapter folders. Unfortunately, it's not easily legible, so these are 7 folders which contains chapters. I have divided the session into 7 chapters plus 1 dynamic, which we can do if we get time. So in order to be able to keep all the code here and without them getting mixed up with one another, I have forcefully mentioned a entry path here. So what I am doing is I am pointing the entry, I am altering the entry path as source/chapter1 main.js, and main.js would be where we will be writing most of our block specific code. And right now it doesn't have much, it just has an alert. So hope you guys understood what these 3 alien files were or are. it will be really common knowledge for you if you are a front-end developer and used to packaging and stuff. Yeah, in the root. Yeah, when you run the init command, the package.json comes, and we have to manually create the webpack.config file, which is the one which is on the screen. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And if you are scaffolding by running the WordPress / create hyphen plugin command, create hyphen block command, all this would be done for you, but it also does a lot more because it's an all-in-one solution. So you will get a huge file structure, and it will be difficult to track for beginners. That's why I am doing this manually. You don't really need to do all this manually. And this webpack thing, it's specific to this project so that we can loop through all these chapter folders, chapter 1 to 7. So if anyone is coding along, let's hope you are able to type this. This thing is a bit long. Yeah, I will put this in a repo and share it at the end. This in this exact structure. Okay. So once we have all these files, let's create. We will have to create one more file, which would be the entry point for the plugin. I have named my plugin blocks demo, and the entry point is blocksdemo.php, and it's pretty basic WordPress plugin stuff. We have defined all the plugin metadata, meta details, and here, let me smooth this. So we are not really using internationalization in this plugin, but we have all the structure for that, so that we can just create a language folder and add the PO files, and it will get read. So this is basic load plugin text domain sample code. You can go to the developer documentation and find this, or I will share the repo URL after the session via mail. So what we are doing is in the initialization event, we are loading the plugin text domain and specifying the folder where we can find the language files. Then okay, and now we can get into the main source files of our plugin. So each plugin will definitely have a JS entry point. It would be the file that would be built for you as part of the npm build process, and as per the WordPress scripts, the webpack config, it goes into a folder named build, and inside it will be named main.js. If we can override all those things as whichever way we want by changing the parameters for the default config. So what we have to do is we have to include that file into our plugin or theme. So I'm using the initialization event again, and I'm just checking if the block editor is present. If it's not returned, we don't have to add these files and overload the add unnecessary HTTP calls. So I'm checking if block editor is there, and then I'm adding the script file. So I have named the script file block demo script, then I specify the URL, and then I specify a few dependencies. These dependencies are already part of Gutenberg and the core now. So each of these helps us achieve specific things which will which I will elaborate upon as we go forward. And we make sure we always have the latest version of the file by using file time and put it in the header item. Yeah, in the header. And similarly, I'm adding a CSS file for the backend and a CSS file for the front end. Right now, it's both the same, but it's just a copy of one another. So I have put it in an assets folder and under a CSS folder and named it style.css and editor.css. One goes to the front end and other goes to the back end. Now that we have registered all these files, we have one script and two style files. We are at a point where we can register our block. So before that, I have done one more thing. So WordPress has a lot of blocks and it will become unwieldy as we add more and more things. So when you are building a plugin or a theme, it would be good to put the new blocks into a specific category so that we can easily categorize them. And I'm doing that with the filter block categories, and inside that I'm checking if we are on a post or a page. If we are not on that, we return the default categories. If you want your block to appear everywhere, delete this thing and directly append the new category here. So I have now named the category block demo itself. And if you go back to register block type function, what I am doing is I am giving a name to the block. So my category slash my block and editor script, the script JS script which we registered earlier. Here we appended this script. So we are specifying this block uses this script. Similarly, the CSS editor CSS file which we have declared here and the front end CSS. So we specify all these things as part of registering the block. Once we do that, what happens is the block is registered and it will be available in Gutenberg. So let's go to WP config. So I am targeting chapter 1 main.js. I'll go to source folder chapter 1 main.js. I have just put an alert there so that we can know this block is loading. It doesn't do anything else. So once we have this code, you can go to the plugin folder. So I don't think you will be able to code along here because we are short of time and you don't have the repo and you can't code so fast. So you can follow along now and I will share the repo. And if you have any questions about the repo, you can contact me on LinkedIn. Right now I just have an alert here and I have registered the block, associated styles and the JS. At this point, what we have to do is we have to go to the root wherever the package.json and webpack config file is. You go to that folder and run npm run build. So what happens here is in our package for .json, we have specified a script. In the script section, we have specified something called build. It calls WP script space build. And we have also specified something called start. It calls WP script space start. The build process will build the package for you and optimize it for production, and start process builds a package for you, and at the same time it attaches a file system watcher. So whenever you edit and update the JS file, it will automatically compile it. I'm not going to do the start process because it will keep on compiling and it will be annoying for us for the purpose we are here. So I will manually build after each change. So I will run npm run build and it will do the building. It will take a few seconds. Once it's built, we can see it in the bottom. It says asset main.js, asset main, asset.php, etc. built. What we are interested in is the main.js file. So it took all that, added the necessary dependencies and everything, and gave us a file, which is the file which we are using in this script here. So if we go to the backend and open up an editor, we see this alert. So right now we know our script is being built. At this point, we have our basic file system setup, and we are good to go ahead with creating our actual block. So I will point Webpack to our chapter 2. And open main.js in chapter 2. So here is where actual block development comes in. Your development for blocks will actually start from this file, or the previous files you can just copy and reuse. Once you have a working file structure and everything, you can just copy and keep on reusing the other files. So here we have an object called WP, under which all the predefined data or constructs are there. So I'm going to hope you know this type of notation in modern JavaScript. So what I'm doing is I'm extracting the function __ from the I18N, which is the internationalization library. So whenever you see this, just assume we are extracting a particular function from inside that library and putting it into a constant here. I'm doing this so that we can call it like this. Otherwise, we will be doing wp.i18n __ and it as the tree structure gets bigger and bigger, it will become more and more confusing. And now I have to register the block in JS. So from the WP blocks, I'm going to extract register block type function and put it in a constant. Now we can use that register block types function to register our block in JS. So call register block type, then give the name of the block along with the category, and then we mention the title. If you want a specific icon for the block, you can give it. So if you go to the handbook, you will see a lot of parameters available for register block type. You can utilize all those to customize and customize your block to your liking. So all those goes at the top. Then we come to two main functions. These two functions will be where we will be playing all the time for creating our blocks. So two functions are edit and save. The edit is for whatever we see in the editor, and save is for whatever we see in the front end. So whatever is returned from the edit function here will be shown in the editor, and whatever is returned from the save function here would be shown in the front end. So what we can do is, I have already created some CSS markup. My aim is here to create a small visiting card type of thing, which will have a image, a name, and some description. So I have marked it up here, styled it. So in the CSS, I have given some styles, and I'm putting it in the main.js in the edit function. So the code that you see here, which I used to mark up and create the styles, goes directly here, but it goes in JSX. So if you don't know JSX, it's the equivalent of jQuery create element and looping through all the parameters. It just does it for you as per with the Babel compiler. So if you want to play around with it, you can go to Babel. There's a tryout, so you can type it here and it will give you the React code here. So this is basically what we are doing inside here, but we are using the npm to compile and package it. So here you can see I have a div with a class visiting card, a figure with class photo. Inside that I have put in an image, just a blank face. Then I have an h3 tag which with the text John Doe, and then I have a div with the description and description text. And now if we, oh, I haven't compiled it. So, and the same thing goes for the save function, because front and back end is the same right now. We can return the same thing here. So if I run npm and build here, I will get a new JS file. And if I go to our backend, we can click plus and scroll all the way down. We have our blocks demo category here and the block which we created. So the block has come up in the backend in a specific way. The way I have styled it in my style.css here in the asset folder, I have given some styles, and the markup is whatever we have given in the edit function. So in the edit function, I have given this markup. So you can see that particular pattern here. And if I publish it and go to the front end, we get the same thing. So this is front end, this is back end. So this is basically our first block, but it's useless now because it's not user editable. So what we have to do is we have to let users edit these things. We can start by making the name editable. So we can move on to chapter 3. First, let me change the path in. Yep. So now moving on to chapter 3. In chapter 3, we are trying to make one of the fields editable. So to do that, we have to, the Gutenberg way of doing that is by extending the attributes parameter of the block. So here we see attributes parameter. If you you can just add more things here, more variables and definitions here as you go on building more complex blocks. So right now our first field is called profile name and its type is string. The source is HTML and selector is profile name. I will explain what that is. So if you scroll all the way to our markup, you can see I have a class here named profile name, and whatever is inside that class would be the source for this variable. That's why I mentioned this source as HTML and selector as profile name. Now in the edit, we take the props parameter, and I will get to these things later. And for under H3, I am adding a new component. So Gutenberg has these lot of components predefined for you. It's all available either under WP editor or WP.components. So you will have to go to Git. Right now the Gutenberg documentation on handbook is not complete. So the best way is to go to Git, carry through the folder structure and find the components you want. So right now we will be using the rich text editor component so that we will be able to make our field editable. So this component has a few parameters. So if you go to Git and follow through the Go documentation, you will be able to figure out all the parameters. The ones we are using now is placeholder, value, and on change, obviously. So for the placeholder, I'm enter profile name as the prompt. For value, I'm using the parameter which we declared here, profile name, which it will be the value of that rich text box. And on change, so whenever we edit it, we have to push whatever we entered into the text box or text area or whatever into the parameter. So for that, I'm creating a function. It's called update profile name. So do you know to read arrow functions? Hope you all know. This is just the short form of function of inside there will be new profile name, braces, and inside that set attribute. It's just a short notation of doing that. So when the on change function is called, the new profile name would be sent as a parameter, and inside that I will set the attribute of profile name as the new profile name. So this set attributes is a property of props parameter which comes to the edit function from Gutenberg. So we are getting that parameter, and from inside that parameter we are extracting attributes as well as set attributes. So if we don't do this, we just have to write props dot set attributes, and wherever we use profile name, we will have to write props dot attributes dot profile name. I'm just extracting it to make it readable. So we have our rich text here. We have our update function here, and we have our parameter defined here. Now in the save function, earlier we had hard-coded the profile name. Instead of that, we will take the value from the profile name parameter which we defined and put it inside the H3. So I'm using rich text.content here because these things will be saved as JSON, and it will have a lot of special characters converted into character codes, HTML embed codes. So in order to convert that back into readable characters, we are using the function available within rich text as rich text.content. So whenever you allow someone to edit rich text, use the rich text.content feature available in the rich text component to echo the output. Otherwise, we will have problems with special characters, quotes, and stuff. So I have done that. I have also done some small things, specifying a class name here so that the class name assigned to the block by Gutenberg goes into the markup. I'm just taking that from the props parameter. When you are developing, make sure when we are doing this for real, console.log the props parameter, so the props object, so that you see what all parameters are inside that object. That object is really powerful with lots of functions. So you can use things available in props to modify your block. So I am using the class name here and the profile name from the attribute which we ourselves defined. Now if I run this, I'm compiling this. Now refresh this page so that we have the latest block. So whenever the markup of a block changes, it throws up this error. We can just remove this and add it again. What is that? Okay. Now as you can see, it says enter profile name. So if we go back to our edit function in the rich text, we entered the placeholder as enter profile name, value as the parameter, and call the on change function. So when I enter something, I will enter my name. So once I enter this, what happens is the on change event of the rich text component gets called. So we have linked the update profile name function to that. So this function gets called. New profile name will come as the parameter for this function, and the set attributes property of the props object which gets called, and the profile name attribute will get updated. It's a bit confusing, but once you start writing it, it will start to make sense. So right now we have a block with just one field editable. I will do one more field and then move to other things. So I want to make the image user uploadable. So I'm again adding a new attribute to the props called profile image. The type is string. Source is attribute. I will explain that. Selector is dot photo space img. Attribute name is select, and default is path to an image. So if we go to the markup, we can see I have a figure element here with the class photo. Inside that there's an img with the source, and I have specified the source as profile img, which is the parameter name which we just defined. So what this is telling is go to photo element and take the img, find the attribute named src, and store the value in our parameter. And so right now, if we have a image URL here, it will get saved into the profile image parameter we defined, but for images, we need a media uploader. So the WordPress gives us a media upload component. It comes in the wp.editor package. So again, same as what I did for rich text, I am extracting media upload and media upload check components from inside the wp.editor package. Media upload check is so that we know the user editing this page has media upload permissions. So if the user has media upload permissions, we show the media upload component, and its type is set as image, value again profile image, and on selecting an image we call a function same as before. We get the media URL here, so we set it as the attribute. In here we will see another thing. This is specific to media upload component, so we need something to click on to bring up this. So whenever the media upload component is rendered, we are calling a function and putting in an image component into it, and on click we are calling open, or which opens the media library. And in the output we are doing the same thing. So earlier we did value equal to profile name for the h3. Similarly, we don't have rich text here, so we don't have to use this. We can directly assign the value of the parameter profile image to the src of the img. Once we do this, I have updated this chapter to 4. We have built, and let's go to the backend and refresh. Get rid of the block because the markup changed, it will throw that error. See, now we have the name editable as well as a button here which says select profile image, which brings up the media uploader. We can select an image, put it here, and save it. So it's really easy compared to the old media library thing we used to create for custom fields. Once you get the hang of it, this does all the heavy lifting for you. It comes in really handy. So in chapter 4, you can see how to add a media upload component, take the value of the image from that media upload component and assign it to a variable and use this variable as the source of the AMG. So whatever we have done in edit, we have to update in save also. Now in this chapter, I have made the description editable. I guess we don't need to go through it again. It's following the same pattern. Declare a property, declare a function to get that property on change, assign it to the property. Here again we are using rich text in multi-line mode. Same things as we did earlier. In the save part, we are using same rich text, multi-line mode and echoing the value. So we can just compile it. So you can see all these things are now editable. So we started with a static block and now we have most of the things in this block editable. I don't think most of you would be able to follow this like this, but once you have the repo and if you remember what I spoke here, you will be able to follow the code easily and easily catch up. So we have most of the things in our visiting card user editable. So users can create different cards and add it to their sites. Now I will go to another feature. Here, if I add a paragraph here, and I enter some text, in the right you will see I can set the color of the text, background and things like that. So it would be good if we have that functionality too. So let's try to bring it in. And so that's what the supports property of the props object is for. So we have the supports property and under it I disable the HTML so that nobody messes up with the markup and I turned on background and gradients in under color for this particular block. We don't have to make any other changes. It will all happen automatically. So if we go and compile chapter 6, refresh this. Remember, we just added a couple lines of code, actually just a single object, and we have this thing here. See how powerful it is. Let's go back to the origin image. Now we have a block, we have all the contents editable, we even have a color customization option. Sometimes you might want to make the alignments different for this and do things like that. It's also really easy to do. The Gutenberg library gives us provisions to do that also easily. So just like we added the support parameter, we have a styles parameter, and this will usually this is usually really helpful. So let me bring out a block code here. So I have a block code. It looks like this, and in the right we see a style section, and we can change the style of the block code. No, this is not doing much in this theme, but it's getting rid of this bar there. So we have the provision to change the styles here. We can try and bring that same functionality into our block. So we declare a styles property for the props object, and under that we specify default as the name, label as default, and is default as true. For you must specify is default as true for one of the styles if you create a style object. And I have created another style called borderless. Now let's save this, build it. Oh, chapter 7. Okay, I didn't update this. Built it. See, we have this style option. What this does is just assign a class. Okay, I will save this and let's check the front end. So if we go and check the styles of that particular block, you see there is nothing there right now. If I go to styles and save it as borderless, it changes. And if we go and check the styles, you will see a new style called a new class called style borderless. So what if we go to the CSS, what I have done is for that particular class I have removed the borders. So earlier what we used to do is we would have a class or any element. Suppose we have a paragraph here and we wanted to style it differently. What we will do is we will go to advanced, we will give a new class name here and then use that class name to style it differently. So this is much more elegant. So we are basically doing the exact same thing, but the user ends up with a button and you only write one new line of code. So that's really powerful. There are other things we can do, like you probably are already too confused. So you see this section in the top. This is called block controls. We can add or update new icons, new features to this thing using the border controls object while returning this thing from the edit function. Maybe we can get another chance and we can go into it. And what you see on the right, this is called the settings panel. It's there for each block. Same as now, we can return a settings panel here. Just like we used media upload, there is an element called settings panel and we can return that here and it will come up here. And just like we saved the parameters here, we use the same mechanism to save the parameters from our settings panel components. So if you have a rich text component there or a text area component there, save it and on the on change event call the set attributes to set the attribute name. You just need to make sure you have defined the attribute or you will end up with an error. So we have ability to customize here as well as the toolbar at the top. Should I go into the dynamic blocks? Yeah, I will just run through it. So right now our block content was pretty much static in the sense user can edit it, but it can't be automatically updated based on what's there in the database. Or suppose you need a block to show latest posts. Latest post block is there, but just assume we need to do something like that. So what we can do is we can do all the things we did earlier, and in the edit we just return a markup, and in the save we don't return anything. and the magic happens here while registering that particular block. So earlier when I registered the block type, I mentioned editor script, editor style, and style for the script backend styles and frontend styles. In addition to this, I will add another parameter called render callback and use a callback function here. What this callback function does is it gets the latest 5 posts and outputs it in a list. So once you have this and the save function returns null in your block, what Gutenberg will do is it will call this particular function and use the content of this content returned from this function as the content of the block. So if we go, and I think it's already compiled, so let's try and add a dynamic block here. So in the backend, I have hard coded lot of LAs. You can use the server side renderer component, which is available in wp.components inside the Gutenberg library to do fetch this data in the backend also, if you want. And let's save this, and in the front end, hope I have some posts. See, it's returned the actual post. This is what you will mostly be using when creating custom blocks, because mostly custom blocks are created to interface with the database or another API or things like that. So this dynamic block thing is really powerful. You can utilize the server-side renderer, as I mentioned before, to make the backend same as the front end, but it's not really recommended because it will end up calling the REST API from here and create delay. So we want our editor to be really responsive. So if time allows, or if the specs allows, put the static content in the backend and only put dynamic content in the front end, or you can use that, or there is a WP data object inside which there is a select object which you can use to run select queries. So you can fetch the data from the database directly into the JS and loop through that to build your output here. So once you have a hang of it, this dynamics blocks is really, really powerful. Yeah. Okay, so when I declared the dynamic block, I named it recent post. These three we had also used here in the original block, which is the script and style files. I added one additional parameter called render callback, which is a function which I am calling, and this function builds this list. It gets the post from the database, loops through them, and builds a ULLI list. If there is no post available, it echoes post not found. That's it. You don't have to do anything else. So whenever you have a callback registered, when you register the block and you have returned null as the save, as the return of the save function, it will do this automatically. In the PHP side. So you can do it in PHP side, or you can use wp.data object. In the data object, you have select or with select, something like that. You can use that, and in the select object, you can specify what you want to select, like post type as the type, and then specify you want to select the post, and all the arguments which goes on here is also applicable there. But it's calling the REST API, not the database directly. So it calls the REST API and you gets back the JSON object, and you can use that JSON object to build anything in the backend. But most people just use server-side renderer, and even though it's not recommended, because you can have one single space where you can get the data, Or if you go with the WP data way, you will have to do one thing for the editor and again code for the front end. So I guess all of you will be totally confused. I will share the repo with you. And once you go through the repo and try and modify the blogs, if you have any doubts or questions, you can reach out to me. Just search for Gutenberg JIT and you will, yeah, just search for Gutenberg JIT and you will reach this repo. And inside that there is docs, and in that there is how to guides JavaScript. Or if you go to Gutenberg JIT directly, inside there you can find the packages. In there you see the data object I mentioned before. So this is the data object. You have documentation here. This documentation has not been copied over to or actual WordPress handbook, but this is really good documentation. So I mentioned select, you know. So this is a bit different from the code I was using. You will see a select there somewhere if you search for it. Action type. Okay, it's using fetch from API. It's using like that. So basic idea is the same. So it's accessing the prices. Probably it's dealing with some custom post type here. So it's accessing the prices endpoint of the REST API, fetching the data, and doing stuff with it. So if you are confused, most probably when you are developing, we won't know which component to use. So get into JIT, Gutenberg JIT, get into packages, and the thing you are searching will either be in block editor or components. There are a lot of things inside here. So alignment, yeah, I will try to find the sidebar panel. Okay, it's in editor. So you have to check where it is. It might be in block editor or components or different folders. So you can find components. It's somewhere else. So yeah. So I can take any component here, editable text. So if you want to use the editable text component, you have the documentation here and a sample code on how to use that. So if you go here and check JS, we have used rich text, which is similar to editable text. So we have used placeholder value, on change, allowed formats, things, and you can check here. You have value parameter, on change, tag name, a lot of things you can use to customize. The documentation is only coming up, but it's well documented inside the JIT. So use that. It's cumbersome, but it's the only way right now. Anything else, or we can wrap it up? Okay. Yeah, I will share a link to the repo. I think I got an email with all your email addresses, so I will reply to that with the link to the repo and go and set up that repo and try to build a blog. Maybe try and add a new field to this block we created. Maybe a couple fields like a few images or something, and try to make it a gallery in the front end. Try that. While doing that, you will have lots of questions. So I'll be reachable on LinkedIn, or if you are in WordPress Kerala group, I'll be there also, whichever way you prefer. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Namit, for sharing your expertise and time with us. So I will invite Arun to present Mr. Namit with a token of appreciation. Thank you, Arun. Okay, please rejoin after 1 hour by 2:30 p.m.
Check, 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 hello, check, check. Check. Check, hello, check, check.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to WordCamp Kerala 2023, and this is going to be our last section in workshop. And as for the workshop, unleash your creativity, a step-by-step guide to build your own blog theme in WordPress. I invite Arun Shenoy. Arun is a software engineer at Newfold Digital who had been revolutionizing the WordPress user experience for over a year, specializing in the latest WordPress technology such as site editor and blog themes. Arun is dedicated to creating cutting-edge solutions on WordPress that exceed user expectations. With a proven track record of expertise in Node.js, Python, PHP, React, and WordPress development, he is always striving to improve and innovate.
Like that. But with a block theme, the game changes because your whole site is kind of divided into blocks. So if you see, this site has a small block at the top that shows the title of the page. Then you have your posts that come down, and you don't have to write a single line of code to achieve any of this. So the whole idea behind using block theme is to use something called full site editing. So the idea behind full site editing is to allow you to modify your entire website without writing a single line of code. So it is getting there. So you might not be able to build, people have achieved very good websites using this, but then you might want to start exploring this with block themes. So block themes allow you to unlock something called full site editing that will in turn allow you to maintain your entire website without writing a single line of code. So to understand full site editing, at its core lies this thing called the site editor. It's a user interface that was developed to allow you to edit your entire site. I think we saw this before as well. So if you see, you have three options on the left. You can edit your site, you can divide your site into templates, and we'll get to what our templates are in a minute. And you can further divide your templates into template parts, and we'll also see at what template parts are. On the right side, if you see, you have this palette of colors that a theme can define, and you can select these for your background, for your text, for your links, headings, buttons. It's as simple as this, right? Now let's look at what blocks itself make up the page. So if you look at the list view on the left, I'm not sure how clear that is, but then it's basically a header, and then you have some rows, and none of this is done using code. You can click the plus button on the left and you can add all of these blocks. So blocks are the smallest unit of a block theme. So a block can represent normal static content like text, or it can also have more blocks inside of it. So this is where block themes are powerful, because you are not limited to just having text inside blocks. You can also have nested blocks inside blocks. So we'll take a look at some of this mostly just definitions and theory. So the previous one that you saw, right, this is how it would kind of look in a block structure. So you have the header part group, you have the footer part group, and you have a grouping of your content in between. And all of these are blocks in themselves. It's just that there are more blocks nested inside of them. Then you have rows and you have site logo. This is how your page would look using a block theme. There's no PHP involved here. It's basically just something called block grammar, something that we'll take a look at. So this is block grammar. It's basically a HTML comment that defines the block namespace. So WP colon group is the block namespace. And then you have a JSON. I'm sure you guys know what JSON is. You have a JSON formatted structure here that represents the attributes for that particular block. So the attributes themselves will tell the block how it should align itself on the entire site. So if you take a look at this, again, I'm not sure how clear this is here, but let me try, but yeah. We'll take a look at this in the demo. So yeah. So coming to templates, the way your whole page should be divided is that when you build a page, right, you would have a header, you would have a footer, and then you have some kind of content in between for that particular page. So what you want to typically do is you want to maintain consistency on all your web pages. So what you would do is you would have one header template, you would have one footer template, and you want to reuse that across all your pages. So when you come into those come under template parts, but when you come into templates themselves, in WordPress terms, templates are used to define the pages and posts that you need to display. So in older WordPress development, what you would do is you would write a PHP file called index.php or single.php. And then every time you kind of need to make a change, someone needs to go and modify that PHP file. And then you would have to redeploy your entire site. But with a block theme, it's as simple as entering the template editor and editing your entire site. So yeah, this is how template editing would kind of look like. You get the exact visual of your template, and then you can just click on it and edit the whole template. And the beauty of this is that once you edit your template, it just automatically reflects across all the places that this template was used. So yeah, this is another part of template editing where you can edit the header and see how it would look like in a mobile device by reducing its width. I guess the last piece of a block theme you can say is block patterns themselves. So what you can do is if you're really good at with block grammar, you can submit patterns to the WordPress org repository. A pattern is nothing but a collection of blocks that you can reuse across your site. So let's say you make a very generic pattern, say layered images with duotone, and you submit it to WordPress org. Anyone can use that pattern and change the content there with their images, and you might get some credit there. So yeah, I guess the last thing is global styles and theme.json. So the idea behind global styles that come with a block theme is that with a single click, you can change the way your entire website looks like. So if you see here, there's 4 options here, the black shade, the pink shade, a white shade, and a blue shade. As soon as I click one of these, it automatically changes the look and feel of the entire website. We'll take a look at some of this. I'm just giving you guys the parts of a block theme. And finally, the global styles and your editor settings are defined by something called theme.json. I guess this would also not be clear, so let's just move on to the demo. So I've set up whatever we will do in this demo as part of this link. You can either visit this link or you can scan that QR so you get access to the resources. I don't want to keep repeating or I might miss something. So once you open that, you should see this repository here. And this should have a README giving you the list of steps that you can do. So I'll just wait for 2 minutes for you guys to open this. Okay, shall we get started? Okay. So the first thing we'll do is let's set up a new WordPress website, right? Let's just create a new site. I think you guys have local WP, right, from the previous sessions, and this was a prerequisite. So let's just name this block theme demo. Let's hit continue. Let's select preferred. I'm just going to set my username and password. And if you have a site, you don't have to redo this again. We'll just visit that site. So once you have the site set up, you can visit WP admin and just ensure that everything's working. So yeah, now that everyone has the site set up, I think we can start by moving back to local WP. You will see this button here called Open Site Shell. Just click on that. And what we will need is, we will need to open this directory. So you can move into CD WP content. So the whole goal behind this is to open your themes directory in Visual Studio Code. So we can open up Visual Studio Code, open your folder. So I have it in my desktop, local WP sites. I have the block theme demo. So this is where your site would typically begin. You go into app, public, WP content, and themes. So this is what we will have to open in Visual Studio Code or any editor that you like. So you'll have to open the sites themes folder. So I'll just wait for a minute. Cool. Is everyone done? Okay. So here we create a new folder and you can kind of name this in dash casing with your theme name. So I'm just going to name this block theme demo, block hyphen theme hyphen demo. And once I kind of create this folder, when I enter my themes, right, I see this error at the bottom that says there is a broken theme called block theme demo and the style sheet is missing. So the style sheet is basically a file called style.css that you can create. And just let me know if it's not clear. I can zoom in a bit more. So we create an empty style.css and this is called the themes main child sheet, and this is there even in the older themes of WordPress. So what we need to do here to define our theme is we add a comment here. We say theme name. Let's call this block theme demo. Let's give it an author. I'm going to put Arun here. You guys can put your name. And let's also give it a version of 1.0.0. Now that you have this setup, there's a few other prerequisites. And if you have missed anything, feel free to, go back to the link that I shared that should have the step-by-step process to do this, to replicate the steps that I'm doing. So yeah, once we have that, we need to set up a few more things here before the theme starts working. Create another file called theme.json. And this file will kind of define all your global styles and the editor settings. Let's also create a new folder called templates. And if you remember templates, they kind of define your pages and your posts of the entire site. And the final thing you need to do is create a index.html template. So these are the minimum things that you kind of need to set up a theme. Now, if I come back to my website and refresh, I should see this theme without a screenshot here called block theme demo. So I'm just going to activate this theme. And now that I enter the editor, it's a blank editor right now because we have not set up anything in our block theme. Now let's just come here and let's add some HTML, right? Let's just say hello world. And this is not block grammar, this is just plain HTML. The beauty of a block theme is that you will rarely be touching PHP unless you go more deep into building custom blocks or custom CSS. So once you have that small HTML setup, let's just refresh this editor. And now if you see, you should see an error that says block encountered an error and cannot be previewed. So this is confusing, right? Like you've named this as a HTML file, but then if you're putting in HTML and it's showing you an error. The reason is that whatever lives inside the templates or any of the HTML files in a block theme need to be block grammar. They cannot be plain HTML. So to define block grammar like I showed there, you kind of add a HTML comment like this. You specify the namespace of a block paragraph. So I'm defining a paragraph block here. I'm adding the same HTML that I added inside the paragraph block, and I'm going to end this block. Oops, paragraph. And now when you refresh this, you should see this text that says hello world, and you can now even edit this text and change it in the editor, right? You don't see that old error that we saw. So this is how you will need to define all the text inside your HTML files. They kind of need to go with this grammar, and then you have the HTML in between those closing and opening block grammars. So what happens behind the scenes is WordPress takes these comments and it replaces that with actual HTML on your front end. So if you were to visit your website, you will see this hello world, and it's been replaced by the actual paragraph block with this content that's there here. And if you save this to, let's say, hello worlds, and I come back to my site and it immediately reflects there. So that's the advantage of using this kind of syntax in your HTML files. You can easily edit all of these and it will start reflecting in your front end. Now, one interesting thing that changes a block theme from a classic theme is that if you see, I still have hello world here, but then when I come to my front end, it's hello worlds, right? That's because I made that edit there. But then why has that edit not been reflected in my theme file? So in classic themes, what you would do is you come here, you would change this to hello worlds, and that would be the minimum thing necessary for hello worlds to come up at the front end of your site. So the reason is that with block themes, your entire template gets stored as a post in the database. So if you see, this is the template I wrote, and this kind of contains hello worlds, and the text itself on the file system as hello world. So there's multiple reasons, and one of the major reasons for this is that let's say you mess up something on your website. You don't want to go back to Git and then change your entire. What you can simply do is go into your templates, the index template. Let's just refresh this. You see this blue dot here that kind of says you have customized this template in the editor. Click on this, hit clear customizations, and you will go back to whatever is on your file system. So that's one of the advantages of using a block theme. You can revert very quickly back to whatever is present on your file system. Now let's say, how do I get this change on my file system, right? So I've made this hello world. So what you can do is you can click this and you should see an export button here. So all you have to do is export that and then replace the theme on your file system. Now let's this is a very simple example to understand how blocks and block themes work. To build real block themes, what you would do is you would typically divide your entire page into multiple sections. So those are called parts, right? So let's create a folder. Let's name this parts and let's create a header.html part. Let's just give this a paragraph that says, hey, I am the header. And let's also create a footer.html. And let's call this, hey, I am the footer. Now these are plain HTML comments. You would obviously have to replace them with the block grammar and the closing paragraph block at the top and the bottom so that they are editable in the site editor. I'm just going to do that. And now you simply just go into your index.html. Let's leave this here. And what I'm going to say here is wp colon template hyphen part. And I'm going to pass this JSON object header. This will be the slug. Let's call this header. The tag name that I want to use, let's just call this header as well. And this is all you will need to do if you, let's just try and see if this worked. So this is still returning we'll have to clear the customizations. Let's just clear that. And now if you see, you have the, hey, I'm the header template part over here. And let's just go back here and let's just take a look at some of the next things that we need to do, right? So you set up your template parts and you probably need to add this closing brace as well at the end. And now you come back here and you will see both the header and the content here. Let's just also add the footer in the same way. I'm just going to copy this, put it at the bottom. Let's call this footer and we'll call this footer as well. Okay, I can zoom in. Is it more clear now? Okay, thank you. So yeah, this kind of what I did was I created a folder named parts that kind of have the header and the footer that just duplicated whatever we did in the index file. And then I've imported them into my index file using this block grammar called wp colon template part. And you can obviously, I mean, if it's not clear, I think I have this set up here. You can open the simple block theme here and you can go into templates and you can take a look at index.html. It should have something along these lines with the template parts, headers, stuff like that. So yeah, going back, let's also take a look at a block pattern. So in the interest of time, I'm kind of going to take the pattern from this repository here. But then what this simply does is patterns, like I mentioned, are basically files that you can submit or you can reuse across your entire site and just change the content that's there inside of it. So this is a very simple header pattern that is defined using blocks, right? So let's just create a folder inside this called patterns. Let's create a new file here called header-simple.php. And I'm just going to paste this pattern, but what this basically does is it creates a group block and it adds certain HTML in the exact same way that we've been adding HTML inside these groups, right? And it also adds a site title block. And you don't have to, I guess, one of the things that I would like to bring up here is that to do all this, you don't have to write code. What you can simply do is you come here, you find a pattern that you like, you just insert it, you switch to the code editor mode, you copy, and you just paste it into your pattern. It's just as simple as that. So you don't have to remember all this WP colon site title. It's as simple as just going into the visual editor, click plus, and then you find the site title block and you insert it here. You might find two site titles, and then you just open the code editor and you should have the code as to how you can define the site title block. That's where I found most of this. You don't have to dig a lot to find out how do I define this particular block. So I'm just adding this simple header uh, pattern. And then let's just go back into our site editor and see how we can just insert this. So I'm going to refresh this page. Let's hit plus. So under uncategorized, you will have the new block themes pattern called simple header. I'm just going to click this, probably going to edit this. I can add some more blocks inside of this. So that's a block pattern. And I think the final thing that we can take a look at is the theme.json itself. So right now, if you see, it's not that styled, right? You basically have just plain text that's there inside of your site. And when you kind of open your style settings, you kind of see random colors here. You don't have a color that your theme recommends you to use. So what you can do is, again, I'm just going to take this up, but it's a very simple JSON file. So I'm going to enter the simple block. I have a theme.json that is defined there. And let me just paste that into my editor so that we can take a look at what this is. So what the theme.json does is it has an opening JSON object here. And the first thing you would define is the version, because the way the theme.json gets parsed changes from different Gutenberg releases. So you define the version, then you define two other things called settings and styles. There's a few other top level keys as well, but most likely you will be using these two. You define version, settings, styles. Your settings will contain all the settings that you need to show in your block editor. So you can define the color palette. So I've defined 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 colors here, and I've named them base, contrast, primary, secondary, and tertiary. So what I'm saying is my theme kind of needs to give these colors by default to be customized, right? And then the way you can use this, so the way WordPress parses the theme.json is, it goes through your settings and it converts them into CSS variables. So I'm not sure how many of you know CSS variables, but it's a reusable way of doing CSS. So instead of defining the color, let's say hashtag 6 times F in every single place, what I will do is I will say $white equal to the color that is hashtag FFFFF. And then I will just use $white across my entire site so that if I change it even in a single place, it reflects across my entire site. So that's the whole goal behind theme.json. So if you see, what I've done is any core/paragraph block should have the CSS variable that gets converted from my theme.json, and I've named it primary here. So this is how the variable itself looks like. WordPress will add this --WP preset color --, the slug that you define here. And now when I go back to my theme and I kind of refresh this, you'll see the color changes in some of these texts here. Initially they were black, and now if I go into my colors, I see these 5 colors that I have defined that the theme kind of wants me to use. So I'm just going to select this block and I'm going to say, let's probably use this color for this block. So yeah, this doesn't allow me to override right now. I think it has a thing to do with what I've defined in theme.json. But yeah, you get the idea behind this, that you can use this to change the color of your entire website. Now this is a very simple block theme. There's not much complexity here, right? So in now let's say you kind of want to give your customers another version, let's say a one-click revamp of the entire website. What you can do is you can define a variation to your theme.json. So I'm going to create a new folder, going to name this variations, and I'm also going to create a new file called blue.json. So I kind of want to give a blue variation that the customers can click and it gets applied to the entire website, right? So again, I'm just going to pick this up from here, but it's basically the same structure with a better, with a different kind of styling. So I don't think I have it there. So I'm just going to paste this same theme.json and change some of these colors here, right? Just so we can see a difference in how this gets applied. So I'm just going to refresh the editor again. And now when you come here, you will see I'm sorry, I have to just define one more key, and that's the title of this variation. Let's just call it blue. And I'm going to come back here, refresh this. And now when I kind of take a look, just give me a sec. I'm on the wrong repo. Let me just close this. I think if I'm not wrong, this is called slug. Let's just take a look. So typically you would see a different color come over here once you get these variations going in your repo. Let me just see if I can find those variations. I can give you a gist of how that would look once you add a blue variation. Yep, so you would see these different variations that are present here once you add a variation inside your theme. But yeah, this is a very simple theme. I'm not sure what I missed here that this variation did not get picked up. But yeah, typically once you create a variations folder, you create a JSON file and that would start reflecting over there. And this is a very simple theme that we took a look at. We can also take a look at a complex theme, although I do not expect you guys to follow. The problem with simple themes or using core blocks itself is that it quickly gets very difficult to meet customer expectations because they can be challenging to do using simple themes like this. But if you feel like you can achieve whatever you want with core blocks, the only thing you need to do is set up the style.css, the templates index.html, and the theme.json. And everything else you can just come into your site editor, activate your theme, add whatever you want, and just export your theme from here. So let's take a look at a more complex block theme, right? So let me just open that up. So this is a more realistic or complex block theme. And what this has is custom blocks inside of it. So I have a navbar, custom navbar block that I've defined. I also have a slideshow that will contain a number of slide blocks inside of it. There's also a static block. So the reason I've put this static block here is to again give you that example of how values are stored in the database, but we don't have to go too deep today for that. So the way this handles is, let's just take a look at the template index.html. This is the only thing I have here. I have a header template part. And if you take a look at what is inside header, it has a navbar block that I have created. So the way you create a custom block, I'm sure you attended the previous session on creating a custom block. What you do is you import a function called register block type. You give it a namespace. I'll just zoom this. Yep, so you give this a namespace and then you have these attributes. And the only thing you need to give this is a edit function. So the edit function defines what happens when your blog gets opened in the site editor. And then the last thing you need to give this is a save function that returns null. The reason for this is we will use PHP to define the, I think you would have heard of dynamic blocks, right? Where you don't define content inside your JavaScript file, but you use a PHP render approach to kind of run this. But the whole point of this complex block theme is to kind of give you guys an idea that you don't have to be limited to the core blocks. So if you take a look at this theme, right? So I've put a screenshot and I've activated this theme. So now when I go into my front end, you will see this slideshow kind of block that I created. And this is a nav bar that contains the brand and all the list of pages dynamically appear on top. So these are a bit more complex to build. I would suggest you start playing around in the site editor and follow those steps that are present in the repo that I shared with you guys. And once you are ready, you can kind of enter this complex block theme that I've put out here. And the way you will kind of edit this is different. So if you see, let me open up the list view. So I have this header template part. I have a slideshow block here and the header as a navbar custom block that I've created. And the slideshow itself has the slide blocks that I've created. So if I want to add, let's say one more slide to this slideshow, it's as simple as clicking here. Sorry. Yep, I'm going to hit /, it's going to give me a heading block, custom slide block 3, save this. And then when I come back, you should see 3 slides going through over here. So this is a more complex version. You would see themes like these that have their own, that define their own CSS, that have their own images, that have their own JavaScript, and that also have their own blocks because need was there to use some of these custom blocks. But yeah, I would suggest not going into those right now. And even Gutenberg is slowly evolving to a point where you might not even have to write much of code to do this. So yeah, any questions? Cool, thank you for attending, and please do save that link, the repo that I shared. This contains the resources to whatever I've thought, and it also has insights onto some of the practical difficulties. It also, and if you're interested, once you reach that point, it also has a guide on how you can build your own custom block. So yeah, please go through that, and you can always reach out to me on LinkedIn for any questions that you have at Arun R. Shenoy. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Arun, for your wonderful workshop. And it has been both informative and engaging. And now I invite our organizer, Hida ma'am, to present him with a token of appreciation. Thank you, everyone, for attending our workshops today.